Yeah, easily. They share this material. Give me 1 minute first. I'll share the materials with you. Uh, Indian students. So anyone from India, those students, can you drop me a text in the WhatsApp quickly? I'll share the material so you can share that in your WhatsApp group. Can someone drop me a text now? I shared that material. Can you please check? Okay, materials received. Can you please check your WhatsApp groups? Right. Yes. Today, 15th of February. Today, 15th of February. Fine. So I'm just doing today procedures, military procedures, and 22nd of February, that is next Saturday. Next Saturday, February, again 1:30 to 5:30. That is not physical time. I won't be here, right? So that you can attend on. So I'm going to discuss audit risk, and also 24th of February. This is Monday. 24th of February. This is Monday. Right? 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. night. I will do controls and other areas. Right. Am I audible? Can you all hear me? Am I audible to you all? Okay, sorry. Yes, when it comes to exam month, it's not easy, very difficult. And keep on speaking. And today till 10:30 I have lectures. So 6:30 I'm finished. After you, 6 o'clock I have another lecture. That is triple. Right. It's not easy. So again, sometimes there might be delays in responding to your WhatsApp messages also, right? Sri Lankan students don't send personal text. Please send in the WhatsApp group, right? That's a high chance I might miss, right? Because all the students are asking doubts at the last moment, right? Better to reduce that risk. I can reduce that risk as much as possible if you put a text in the WhatsApp group, because group messages I pin and keep. So normally the group I will respond. So now I pinned your group, like Indian students, there is a risk. Yes. Right. Please remind me if I didn't respond. Okay. Sometime I might miss your message. So please remind me again. Quickly, I'll try to respond as much as possible. Fine. Right. So this is the plan. So today, 15th, 22nd, and 24th, we have sessions. Right. So 22nd audit risk, same time, 1:30 to 5:30. And the 24th is Monday, that is 6:30 to 8. Heading write down procedures. Heading write down procedures. Students, if I take procedures, this time I'm expecting section A as well. And I'm expecting section B also. Fine. Normally, the procedure questions can be tested in both section A and section B. Section A and section B. So, how this can be tested in section A? Right. Don't forget, students, to study ISA 500 evidence. ISA 500 evidence plus procedures. Right. This is what I expect this time also. Time. There is a chance you might get evidence plus procedure questions. Please refer these standards. Can you close that door? It's too hot. AC remote. Here the remote is here. Bus. Switch on. It working. See, you are smart me. So long we are searching remote. Yeah, that's right. See, powerful people make places powerful. Okay, shall start. Yeah. So ISA 500, you should refer. Don't forget to refer ISA 505. What is ISA 500, students? I'm talking about papers perspective. I'm not talking theory now. This session is paper perspective. ISA 505 is what? ISA 500 is 5. What is ISA 500? Evidence. ISA 505? 500 is evidence, yes. ISA 505? Sachin, very good. Circularization. Positive, negative circularization. It's very important. It's very important. Fine. Today, after the session, I will share you a mock paper, Kaplan mock paper. Fine. That section A consists this type of question. Fine. Along with the answer, don't go. Fine. So along with the answers I share, that section A have certain questions like circularization and the evidence combined together. Right? Circularization is one procedure. Confirmation is a procedure. Right. Therefore, how it connected to the evidence, how it's connected to the evidence, that is important. Plus, you should know computer assisted audit techniques. Why I am telling computer assisted audit technique? That is also a procedure. Yes or no? I told you CAT as a test of control procedure. Confirmation is also a procedure. CAT is also a procedure. Plus, you should refer ISA 530 sample. All these together, they can cook a story. They can combine together as a case study for section. Right. Therefore, please be prepared for that. Please be prepared for that. Okay. For this, I'll give you a mock exam paper. In that paper, section A is in this way. In this way. Is that clear? Understood? Copy this. First of all, you should know what is key audit. What are the matters included in key audit? Right. So if you can't digest that particular article, just forget about it. Right. Whatever we discuss, that is enough for exams. But before your exam, let's say day after tomorrow exam, for 2 days before, just read and go. That's fine. A lot of information is there, right? So when you include those, why I'm asking you to read technical articles, I know it's technically difficult on that keyword meta paragraph is not only for audit and assurance, it is for advanced audit also. Both AA and AAA is covering there, right? But when you are writing answers through this particular technical articles, your weightage of the answer is very high. You understood? That is really important for the students who are focusing on ranks, prices. Okay. Now you all are thinking other way around, right? Rank, price, us. You should. I finished. Copy this. Game is understandable, right? That's share in the WhatsApp group and also put a voice clip. Don't type. And then I'll reply in the voice clip. And Indian students, if I miss your messages, again I'm telling, put a voice clip, keep on remind me. Yeah? Again and again I'm telling, reason like there's a high chance I might miss the messages because daily I'm getting large bulk of messages. Don't take me wrong, sir is not replying me. Right. Please remind me. Right. If you send a message morning, I might check at the night. So there is a possibility I might miss. If that is the case, please, sir, reminder. Sir, please answer this. Likewise, keep on follow up until I reply. Okay. And also please do that after 8 p.m. That would be advisable to solve issues. Let's say now I'm in the class from till morning 7:30, I'll be here. Right. If you are sending doubts in the 7:30, I'm not in a position to respond. When I can respond today after 10:30 on. So this is what happening. So you don't know my schedules. So better if I didn't respond, remind me. Okay. Fine. Yes. Huh? No, there are some students, they think about me, fine. They say, no, I should not disturb, sir. I should not send a single text to sir. There are people who never send a single text to me for last 6 months. Fine. Okay, good done. Not good. Those who are disturbed, I'll show you the screenshot. Those who got ranks, see their chat histories. I got that I need only. But at the last moment, I'm getting bulk messages problem. So can you supply the answers for test of control? Rushdi, hello. Rushdi, don't take me wrong. Like, can you please send me the screenshot of those questions in my WhatsApp personal message? Okay, not now, night. Okay, let's say the questions which I gave, right? The name of the questions, like the screenshot of that questions, right? Then immediately I will respond to it. Okay. So the mock test paper, yes, whatever I am doing in the WhatsApp group, Indian students, everything shared with the WhatsApp group. So that mock paper also I'll share. So everything I will share with everyone. Right. Is this combination understood? Normally students, uh, procedure questions, right? You should understand it's like this. Circularization, sample, and evidence can be combined. I'm talking about this current paper, that March paper, right? So there is a possibility. I am expecting examiner might test this combination. And that combination work out because it comes under our topic called procedures. Is that clear? If not, this is first combination. Second combination. I'm talking about section A, how can be tested related to the topic that we are discussing now. Right. The second combination is examiner can test controls and test of controls. Examiner can give a deficiency related problem, controls or test of controls. Examiner can test substantive procedures. Examiner can give substantive procedures. Right. These two matters can be combined together. These two matters can be combined together. That is possible. That is possible. Is that clear? So examiner can give some audit procedures and examiner asks you to identify whether it is a test of control or whether it is a substantive procedure. MCQ possible. You understood? Example, let's see. Sales invoice not sequentially numbered. Sales invoice not sequentially numbered. It's a deficiency or not? It's a deficiency, right? This particular matter given in the case study. Now, to resolve this issue, initially you should perform test of control. Yes or no? You should perform test of control. For that, you should provide a recommendation. For that recommendation also, you need to provide test of control. Yes or no? So what is the test of control that you can write here? Select a sample of sales invoice and perform sequence check to ensure whether it is sequentially prepared or not. You are selecting a sample of sales invoice and you perform what check? Sequential check to confirm whether it is sequentially prepared or not. Yes or no? That is one test of control. And after that, let's say the control is deficient. No? You can perform substantive procedures also. You can perform substantive procedures. Why? Because your sales here get affected and your receivables get affected. Yes or no? That can be interconnected. When sales invoice is not sequentially numbered, completion of sales is get affected. Yes or no? Completeness of receivable is get affected. Yes or no? Valuation of receivable get affected. Yes or no? Accuracy of sales get affected. Yes or no? So examiner can able to connect that with what? Substantive procedures. Examiner can connect with what? Substantive procedures. In this way, a case study they can develop. In this way, a case study they can develop. They can discuss some issues related to a system and they can connect with the substantive procedure. They can connect with the substantive procedure. Is that clear? Understood? Right. Copy this also. I'm telling different combinations of questions. Normally, I might not discuss these things in the class. The class I teach theory, but now what I'm doing is how this can be fixed in the exam scenario. How examiner can pitch all these things in the paper, right? So those who don't have theory idea, you might feel little difficult. Those who study theory, yes, now you can get a scope. Okay, this is how this is going to be tested. So what are the assertions claimed here? Can be affected sales and receivables. So, okay, I'll mark this. Here, if it is not sequentially numbered, yes, it's affect. Simply cut off sales. When sales invoice is not sequentially numbered, there is no order. There is no it's very difficult to identify which point it belongs to. That is not orderly arranged. The sales cutoff is the problem. Second one, completeness is the problem, not completely recorded. So completeness get affected. Third one, accuracy is the problem because it is not accurate, because when it is not sequentially numbered, if the mistake, so if one invoice is missed, can we able to identify? You can't identify. If you can't identify, that is error. It's a mistake. That's affect the accuracy. All these things I can say P&L assertion. All these things I can say P&L assertions. That basic understanding is required. And also it affect the valuation when it comes to balance sheet receivables. And also it's affect the completeness when it comes to balance sheet of the receivables. Right. And also it's affect the existence also. Why I'm telling existence get affected? Because when it is not sequentially numbered, when it is exist is the matter. Right. So that is also balance sheet. So when you read this case study, the main problem is how you going to link the sales system with income statement and balance sheet. So receivables get affected. It's a balance sheet item. What sort of assertions get affected? Sales, it's a P&L item. Income statement, what sort of things get affected? That ideology, that connectivity is important. You understood? Now, when I teach you substantive procedures. See, when I teach, I clearly teach you source of audit evidence. Can you remember? Source of audit evidence. Can you remember this? Can anyone tell me what is the source of audit evidence? What is the source of audit evidence? Right, correct. Correct. Agree. Agree with you. Sources of audit evidence procedures. One is TOC, two is substantive procedures. And substantive procedures, one is ARP, the other one is POD. Technically, I'm telling you, this is going to be tested here. ARP, one is ratio, one is the trend, no? Trend, ARP, reasonable. ARP is trend, ratios, reasonableness test. Trend means over the period of time, you look at a relationship. If that relationship is missing, problem. For example, rent. Rent cost is a fixed cost. But when you put a rent cost monthly into a diagram, it should be a straight line. If not, it should be a step up increase and then straight line. But if it is like ECG report, it's a fluctuating. That is called trend analysis. Right. So this is what, yeah. Fluctuate is a subjective statement. So what I'm trying to tell you is this particular sources of audit evidence can be tested here. That's my argument. If something happened to your control, definitely it's create impact to financial statement. With that knowledge, you should handle this. With that knowledge, you should handle this. Is this question type understood? Hereafter, all my questions or whatever the materials, I'll share with the answers only. Right? I'm not, because if I ask you to do, you won't do. No? So when you, if I share questions with answer, at least you can read. That is a universal truth. No? In Sri Lanka also same, India also same. That, shall I move to the third combination? After exam, compare all these things. Huh? Yeah, what I'm talking this the revision classes, there's expert sessions, right? Actually, I want 5 sessions, but now I don't have much time to do that. Right. And also I'm over exhausted. Right now. So next time, what I'm planning to do is planning to do this like in between of the sessions. For example, my first session is procedures means when I finish procedures at that point itself, I'll do this. Right. Second, audit risk means when I do audit risk at that time itself, I'll do this. So that make more sense. But I have one more issue in that case because now only I can able to that pre-mock is released. When I see the pre-mock, technical articles, examiner's approach, all these things I'm receiving last moment. At the last moment only I can picture it out properly. Clear? How many of you all did pre-mock? The latest pre-mock? Once it's get released, please do it. And if you have any doubts over pre-mock, please talk to me. I will explain. Okay.
Sir, will you examine our questions? Examine our questions?
Yes.
No, is it also like that?
Ah, good question. I gave examinable question. That is the common trend. That is for all the past papers. This is how it can be tested. But this is only specifically how it's going to be tested for your exam. Right. Next one, it's like this. Third combination, it's a weird combination. Now see here. They will give you a case study. In that case study, they might discuss systems, subsequent sections. What is system? Sales system. Section means receivables and payables. Like means the financial statement elements I'm telling. Right. So for the subsequent sections, possible misstatements. Possible misstatements. Confirmed misstatements. Possible misstatements and confirmed misstatement. Mainly it's focused non-compliance standard. Mainly it's focused what? Non-compliance standard. You understood what I'm telling? Sales system is not effective. Try to concentrate more. I'm connecting different chapters together when it comes to a case. Fine. For example, sales system is not effective. If the sales system is not effective, what are the two areas going to be affected? Receivable and the sales. Yes or no? That is the sections get affected. That can be a possible misstatement or confirmed misstatement. Yes or no? How I am now see, I am connecting test of controls. I am connecting substantive procedure. Now I am going to connect with audit risk also. Did we study audit risk? Risk of material misstatement. Under risk of material misstatement, two risks came. One is inherent risk. Two is control risk. When there is a misstatement, it is come from client side. It is inherent risk, complexity of transaction. When it comes to control risk, it's come from the client side. Control activity not met control objective. That is control deficiency. So when control is not effective, that create a control risk. When control is not effective, that create risk of material misstatement. By that, it create inherent risk also. All three can be connected and they can ask questions. All three can be combined together and they can ask question. So here, third one is weird combination. Why? Planning risk assessment, control test of control, substantive procedures, all audit evidence, all four can going to be connected. All four going to be connected and they might ask 5 MCQs. One related to audit risk, one related to evidence, one related to procedure, one related to test of control. Can you know, can't? Now you all understood the connectivity. See here, I'm telling that connectivity here. One is planning risk assessment can be tested here. Or planning risk assessment plus evidence plus TOC plus substantive procedures. The case study can combine all four together. The case study can combine all four. Is that clear? Is that clear? Copying this also. I'm telling how examiner can connect things together. I'm telling how examiner can connect things together. Online students understood. Indian students, is that clear what I'm telling? So what is up after subsequent? Subsequent, these sections. Sorry. So students, why I'm telling all these things? When you are reading a case study, you should have this connectivity in your mind. Then only you can find out the answer. Then only you can find out the answer.
So when they ask you question also, will they specify?
Yes. But you should know that connectivity. For example, to differentiate substantive procedure and test of control, you should know how it's get connected, the cases. MCQs are not easy. MCQs are not easy. Is that clear? Understood? Shall we move to section B? This is section A, possible combinations in the case study that I'm telling. Okay. Now let's move to section B. Online students understood. Indian students. Section A, procedures and substantive procedures. Do you all have any questions? Do you all have any questions? Right. Now, students, let's move to section B. Now, let's move to section B. Primary focus is section B. Because whatever I said and done, I say when you do section A, you won't think much. Because you have 4 options, you will choose at least one. Yes or no? Now, section B. Let's move to section B. Time. While I'm teaching also, I explained a bit, but now I'll give you a detailed blueprint of section B, how this can be tested. Okay. So procedure students, section B, you should know the verbs. I think I might teach these verbs in the class, right? One is audit procedure. One is audit procedure. Yes or no? Second one, substantive procedure. Second one, substantive procedure. Third one, what? நீதான் பெரிய ஆளாச்சே சொல்லுங்க. Yeah, genius.
The E of genius.
Correct. Analytical review procedure. Substantive analytical procedures. Substantive analytical procedures. So these are the 3 main verbs you should understand. These are 3 verbs you should understand. Right. Now, based on this verb, I'll tell you how questions can be designed. Section B. If the verb is audit procedure, there is a high chance you will get section B, question 1. Section B, question 1. Can you remember section B, question 1? Test of control questions. Deficiency and recommendation. Deficiency recommendation, test of control. Under that question, they might ask audit procedure. Because audit procedures include what? Tested along with what? Control deficiency. Tested along with what? Control deficiency. Because students, why I am telling this? Audit procedure, the verb audit procedures include test of control and substantive procedures. Therefore, 100% confirm, you will definitely get one procedure question under control deficiency. Section 130 marks question, trust my words, minimum 5 to 10 marks goes for procedures. In this way, or substantive procedure, I'll tell you how it can be tested. So it is confirmed. After this, today, I will discuss how your paper structure look like. Section A, how look like, section B, how look like. I will give possible combinations for everything, overall paper. Now I'll discuss only procedure. After finishing this, I'll go to that. Right. So it's a blueprint of your papers. I will give you different combination. One of the combination will be the paper. So here I am telling question 1, section B, 30 marks, 15 marks maximum go for deficiency. Yes or no? The balance 15. I'm telling 10 goes for procedures. Balance 5, a theory area. Can be a standard or it can be controlled. Is that clear? That 10 marks procedure, the verb might be audit procedure. If the verb is audit procedure, those are related to what? The same deficiencies. Is that clear? I'm not telling definitely audit procedure. Substantive procedure is also possible. Then it's a separate case. We'll discuss later. Now it's understood. Understood? Right. Copy this. Now, students, sometime the control deficiency section B question number 1 may be a standalone question. 30 marks is given, right? Let's say 15 marks for the control deficiency, test of control recommendation, another 5 marks for what? Theory questions. Explain the elements of internal control, explain the limitation of internal control, explain the advantages and disadvantages of internal control documentation methods. What is the difference between internal control questionnaire or internal control evaluation questionnaire? Right. So any type of questions possible for 5 marks. Right. That 20 is out now. Separate 10 marks is there. For that separate 10 marks, what they can do is, for separate 10 marks, what they can do is, let's say they discussed sales system. Let's say they discussed purchase system. So they will take financial statements elements. They will take financial statement elements and they explained possible mistakes. They explain possible mistakes. Fine. So this can be a control issue or it can be a standard issue. Understood? It can be a control issue or it can be a standard issue. Then they might ask substantive procedures to resolve. Then they might ask substantive procedure to resolve. They might ask substantive procedures to resolve. Let's say there is a sales system. In that sales system, there are deficiencies. Sales invoice is not sequentially numbered or whatever, they gave deficiencies. Question number 1 is what? Elements of internal control. 5 marks, okay. Part 2 is what? Control deficiency, recommendation, test of control. That is 15 marks. So 5 plus 15 is 20 marks. Third one, they are discussing about bad debt and doubtful debt separately. Finance director is refusing to recognize doubtful debt. Last year, they made a provision for doubtful debt, 50,000. This year, finance director refused to recognize that amount of provision and he reduced the provision. He reduced the provision, the story. So if you look at here, the main problem is receivables overstated. Yes or no? Because of 2 reasons. One is control failure. 2 is IAS 37. Allowance for receivable is provision. That's what I'm telling you. Credit risk is one reason that's come from the control. Second one is IAS 37 said provision need to be a best estimate. Provision need to be a best estimate. Why receivable overstated? Provision understated. It's a completeness issue. This can be combined together. And then examiner asks you to write substantive procedures to resolve. When they ask substantive procedure, don't go and check audit procedure. Because why? The verb is substantive procedure means you should focus on what? Assertions. Then you should check receivables overstated. Receivables valuation is problem. Receivables completeness is problem. Provisions completeness is problem. All the provisions valuation is problem. All these things only you should focus. Focus only on the assertions. Don't focus on the control. Earlier the verb is audit procedure. You can focus anything. But now the verb is substantive procedure. Here you should look at, yes, the misstatement is due to control failure. Misstatement is due to standard failure. With that ideology, you should focus on this question. Understood? Understood? Yeah. Sometimes you might think, why sir is connecting all these things? This is how your stories are cooked. I can't do this in the class. Reason why? Exactly. Now you prepared, now you studied, now you know the connectivities. I'm connecting everything, how examiner can. I'm making things to 100%. I'm expecting only 50% out of it. You understood what I'm telling? Right. I'm telling extremely difficult points at now, this stage. It does not mean that will be tested as it is, but I'm expecting only 50% out of it. But when I'm taking all these things, your mindset is prepared. Yes, this can be happen like this. Then you can work. Is that clear? Copy this. I'm talking about section A. Yeah? I'm talking about section A. Section B, sorry. Section B, question number 1. Indian students understood. Indian students understood. Shall I give you a simple example, a small example to connect this? Okay, first copy this. I'll give you. Okay, if you can put here question number 1. Don't forget this, sir. I'm explaining the combination for question number 1. Substantive procedure possible in question number 1, possible in question number 2, possible in question number 3 also. Right. Question number 1 possibilities only I'm discussing. How this can be tested in question number 1. Okay. There is one more combination I'll give. After that, I'll give you a simple example. Yes, I'll give. I'll give. Seriously, I'm giving. Time. 5. I'm telling like badly, I need a substitute. My body is not supporting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
We both need.
I
Yes, the thing is like with management, it's not easy. Very difficult. Want to train to take, otherwise it's not possible. At least someone who can manage last 1 month pressure. Because anyone can cover, but who going to take the last 1 month? I should take. The only thing what I can do is I can reduce number of subjects that I take. Then it's fine. But multiple places. Shall I give you one more combination? After that, I'll give you an example. The one more combination in section 1 is the one more combination in section 1 is it's like this. Let's say they are speaking about sales system in section 1. Sales system in section 1. Right? If the sales system is not effective, it's affect receivables now. And it's affect sales now. Are you correct? Is that fine? Receivable is a financial assets. Financial instruments. Receivable is a financial asset. Completely. And sales, if you take, it is IFRS 15 revenue. So, first part of the question is related to the system. When it comes to substantive procedure, they might directly ask standard issue. They might directly ask standard issue. Or they might directly ask assertion issue. They might directly ask assertion issue. You got my point what I'm telling? For example, okay, 1 minute. Sales system. You are selling something to someone. That someone is not in India, not in Sri Lanka, out of the country. Story, they are talking about the sales system, how they are doing the sales. Question number 1 is about control deficiency and recommendation. Is that clear? Now they are telling one of their customer is not in the native territory, it is out of the territory. Let's say from Sri Lanka to India, from Sri Lanka to Japan. Functional currency is something else. Reporting currency is something else. Yes or no? That's how examiner can shift from controls to standards completely. You understood? Completely, he ignored the system. He shifted to what? Standards. You understood what I'm telling? Another example. Sales system, deficiency and recommendation, test of control. Part 1 is done. Second part, receivable is financial asset. Yes or no? Receivable is? Payable is financial liability. Yes or no? That is comes under financial instruments. Yes or no? IAS 32, IAS 39, IFRS 7, IFRS 9. Financial instrument standard, right? Completely examiner can shift from system to standard. Earlier, it is not a complete shift. Now it is a complete shift. When he moved to standard, he can discuss a standard issue there, or he can discuss an assertion issue there. Yes or no? Yes or no? Let's make it very simple. Sales system, deficiency recommendation, part 1 is done. Part 2, you are doing sales, fine, and you agreed the sale period for a long time, qualifying asset, the long time. So it should be a deferred income. We are getting something for a performance obligation is satisfied over the period of time. So if that is the case, it should be deferred. The income should be deferred. Deferred income is IFRS 15. When it comes to deferred income, it should be recognized as a liability. IFRS 15 connected with IAS 37 provision. It's a liability. Yes or no? Yes or no? Then if the deferred income is not correctly recognized, your receivable valuation get affected. So no, overstated. Your sales completeness get affected. Your sales cutoff get affected. So when they completely shifting from the system to a standard, examiner can test standard issue separately or assertion issue separately. This is the point where examiner can ask substantive procedures with specific assertion. Can no can't. So one question here. List down substantive procedure overrides an obligation of receivable. List down substantive procedures over valuation of receivable. Because the problem is standalone standard issue, whereas it's create an assertion problem here. All these questions you should connect. I'll tell you. The last combination will come. The last combination is comfortable for you. What is that last combination? Elements of financial statement alone. That you can by heart and write. No problem. I'm teaching the most complex part first. All these are most complex, weird combinations. Be prepared for this. Rest is easy. I'm teaching Maximax. It does not mean all these will be tested. It's difficult. How can I pass? No, it's not like that. All these are weird combination. I'm teaching it's difficult only. But if you're prepared for that, if they ask substantive procedures for receivable, can't you write? Can't write. Substantive procedures for purchase, can't you write? It does not mean those do not be tested. That is also tested. I'm telling how examiner can make combinations, how you should prepare for that. If you know that relationship, then if you get anything, you can write. Is this combination understood? Copy this. Online students understood these combinations? So always when you are doing section B, question number 1, procedure questions, check whether it falls with category. Right. And think and write. Sometimes it might be an assertion issue, sometimes it might be a standard issue.
So they will directly ask standard issue or special.
When you read that question itself, you can understand. Most of the standard issue, the verb is write down substantive procedures to resolve our problems. When you are writing procedures to resolve problems, mostly it's a standard issues. Mostly it is a standard issue. Very there. As a summary, I'll tell you. Let's say total substantive procedures into 100 marks take in your mind. In your paper, total substantive procedure 100 marks. The composition is 50 to 60 marks, direct substantive procedure questions. The balance 40 marks, assertion or case study. That's how the composition work. Right. So all these are weird combinations I am discussing with you all. Hmm? So even if you get a toughest paper, you be prepared because those combinations only I am giving now. Don't worry. Luckily, I am not the examiner. If I am the examiner, I will make all these combinations. Right. For last few attempts, when I see the paper is like more towards direct.
So that's it. No point of view. In your point of view.
General pointer. The pass rates also good. Global pass rates. But it should not be like that. It should be more complicated.
So already it's so the last rate is good that.
Audit is it's a good paper, so it should be like something. A lot of amazing facts should be included in the case study.
But I'm doing short time.
But practice makes yes. So all these combinations we are discussing in the class, when you do the paper, you can sir told this is how I should approach. So that ideology is there. The last one is your comfort part, section A. So section B, question number 1. So do you have any connection with UK examiner? Who said examiner is from UK? That itself wrong. No, it's like this. Audit paper students, it's like a logic, simple logic. If you take last 10 years past paper, and you can perform a reasonableness test analysis, you can figure out all these things. So simply what you should do is you should do a research with the exam paper. That's all. How many of you all did the basic research with the exam paper? No, right? That's a problem. The last one, sales system. They might ask. So it can be deficiency, recommendation, TOC, test of control. That is comfortable for you, by the way. After that, direct financial statement elements. Direct financial statements elements. Example, procedures or substantive procedures over sales. Procedures or substantive procedures over receivables. This is easy for you, right? Procedures over purchase, procedures over payable, procedures over inventory. You can write. This is also. This is the easiest combination. This is the easiest combination. Right. But I am happy if you get the previous combinations. Right. This one is you can by heart and write. You can by heart and write. I forgot your name. What is your name? Afzal. Your name? Kaif. Your name? Abdullah. Okay, this is your first paper. Fourth. What is your first paper skills? FR marks. Second paper? Marks. Who is your FR lecturer?
Mostly I studied online, but revision I think
PM.
is
Then next subject. Lecturer. Pass. Marks.
58.
Fourth subject.
This
What is your name?
Abdullah.
When you are doing exams in March, right?
Yeah.
But your name is not there.
My name's not there.
What is your full name?
No.
Who is Abdul Bashid? Ahmad Rilwan Abdul Bashid. Farhan Mohammed Fuad. Devmini. Jawfar Alauddin Afzal Ahmed. You right? You should pass me. Kaif Siddiq. You right? Then how I missed your name?
Sir, program management, they sent me to do that.
Did you fail? When you failed?
Then
Can you tell me your name? Abdullah Jawahir. Your ACCA number?
56676
1 minute.
5667617.
Your official email, like ACCA mail.
Can I send it to you?
Your date of birth?
December 5th, 2005.
2005. ACCA ID, right? Fine. You fill that form, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know why I'm asking all these things? To upload RSA. India, I got the list. I uploaded one. Fine. RSA means Result Service Analysis. So we should upload. Then we can see the performance. And if you get a rank or prize or whatever, if you studied under ALP, it goes through with the AC. That is benefited for students, also for us also. So if you pass, I will get a credit. Credit means in the sense, yes, my performance is shows like, okay, my pass rate is above. You know, ACCA is publishing global pass rate and all based on this results analysis. Nine. So you're a potential prize winner. I know, all these classes, Yumna, Rushdi, all these classes prize winners, filled with prize winners. Right. Fine. Understood? Now shall I discuss question number 1 combinations before moving to question number 2? Okay. How question number 1 can be tested in your paper?
So you said examples.
Yes, first we'll finish this and then I'll give an example. Okay. It's a mixture of everything. Is it fine? Okay. How your question number 1 look like? That's what I'm going to tell you. Right? 30 marks question. So first type, First combination. Control elements. Can you remember control elements? What are the control elements? COSO model, very good. Sachin, what is your full name? 1 minute, I want to check that out. Sachinder Kanagaraja, is it you? Right. Yumna is correct. Rushdi Mohideen is also raised. Yes. Imad. Right. Control elements, COSO model. Control environment, risk assessment, information communication, control activities, spans of, and monitoring control. Can't remember, right? COSO model, internal control. COSO model only internal control elements. That's the model that I gave. Can't remember, right? Go and check chapter number 9, internal control. Definition of internal control. After that, elements of internal control. Within bracket, I told you COSO model, the name we got. Okay, good. Or control documentation can be tested. Control documentations. What are the control documentation, students? Flowchart, narrative notes, ICQ, ICEQ. Can you remember advantages and disadvantages of each methods? Good. So second question is control deficiency recommendation. Control deficiency and recommendation. So control deficiency recommendation, yes, it can be a sales system. It can be purchase system. Right? I'm giving combinations. This is first batch. I'll give you another batch also. I will give you. So question number 1, I'll give 3 combinations. Fine. Anything can be tested. So if you know that 3 combination, definitely you can score for 30 marks. Third one, standard question. Let's say this is for 5 marks. This is for 13 marks. Standard questions. Standard questions. For 5 marks. What is standard question? Can be ISA 240. What is ISA 240? Can be ISA 250. Can be ISA 230. What is ISA 230? Audit documentation. 240 fraud. 250 compliance. 210 220 quality control. 210 acceptance consideration. Any standards can be tested. For example, auditors and management responsibility over fraud and error for 5 marks. That is comes under what? 240. So any standard. Now, if I mark standards here, I'm not telling these are the standards can be tested. Anything can be tested. Any standard can be. Fourth question. Audit procedures. Or substantive procedure. This only I gave now. This only I gave now. Combinations I gave substantive procedures. Those 3 to 4 procedures combination, any combination can be possible. Match with you. Total 30 marks. Total 30 marks. Is that clear? Now you all understood? So far I discussed with you is the fourth time. How it can be tested. That's why in detail I gave. Now I am giving how question number 1 can be tested. Is that clear? Online students understood? Copy this. This is type 1. Online students understood? I'll tell you, Sachin, wait. Shall I move to the second combination? So there's a question. Sir, what is the difference between ICQ and ICEQ? Right. I'll start like this. ICQ and ICEQ both are control documents. Is that clear? ICQ include questions which is binary questions. What is binary question? Abdullah, are you married? Simple, binary question. Answers are yes or no. So why we need ICQ binary questions? To ensure control exists or not. Binary questions include under ICQ to ensure what? Control exists or not. ICEQ is not binary question. ICEQ is descriptive questions. For example, why you didn't get married? Why you didn't get married? That explanation comes under evaluation question. If the control exists, why matter? If the control not exist, that is also why matter. So ICEQ is descriptive questions where we going to study whether control is effective or not. Whether control is effective or not. So ICQ, binary questions. ICEQ, descriptive questions. ICQ, answers are yes or no type. ICEQ, whether control is effective or not. ICQ, control exists or not. ICEQ is control is effective or not. That's how this is different. That's how it is different. Sachin understood? Right. Shall I move to the second combination, question number 1? This is first combination. Don't look at only one perspective. A sir told purchase system and sales system, only I will study those two. No, right? You should study the different combinations, right? So now I'll move to the second combination. So during your period, how you prepared for exams? Examiner won't ask that question in the exam. Shall I move to that? No, right. Yes, the way that we prepared and the way you prepared is totally different, because the way we, at that time, there is no MCQs also. 100% structured questions. You can't type, you should write. So, but method that I used is wrong actually. I'm not in a position to tell that method to you all. You know why? Now I feel that method is wrong. I'm telling you all to prepare on time, but I never prepared on time. So always I'm last moment on it. Like, not easy. I can't advise. This is generation's responsibility, right? Some things will work out for me, but I can't generalize that. It won't work out for everyone. Let's say I copied and pass. Can I ask you to copy?
So you copied?
Just I'm telling. If I copied and pass, can I ask you to copy? No.
No.
I'm copying, but I'm telling you the method that what I used is like that only. Fine. So normally what I do is I will go reversal approach. Reversal approach means I never took a Kaplan study text in my life. Like it's free of charge. They are giving study text and revision kit. I never used any of the study text. I just put it aside, right? I never use any lecturer material. I put it aside. What I do is I take the revision kit. I take the past papers and I take the examiner's report. Last 10 years examiner's report I download, right? And technical articles I read and I'll take what the 10 years past papers and the revision kit. From the question, I go for theory. I don't know what is audit risk. When I'm practicing audit risk only, this is how I, so it is not a correct method. You should know what is audit risk, then only you should practice audit risk question. What I did was prepare a list of audit risk case studies and I write the answer, I pass. But if you take whether you have a proper solid standard knowledge, no. When I started to do AAA only, I started to study audit first, then I go for questions. Right. So my method is a reverse method. For everything, I'll start with the questions. It work out well. But the thing is, knowledge-wise, I am lack when I was in the skill level. Right. So that is not the correct method. Second combination. Limitations of controls. Limitations of controls or control activities. Limitations of controls or control activities. Maybe 5 marks. Deficiency. Recommendation. Test of control. Make it 15 marks or 13 marks. This can be, now I am taking inventory because already I took sales and purchase. Now I am taking payroll. Third question, control strength. Or control objectives. Did I teach you control objectives? So every control, there is a control objectives. For example, list down 5 control objectives over sales system. List down 5 control objectives over sales system. That type of questions possible, right? Again, any standards. Definitely you will get standard questions. Any standards. This can be ISA 505. This can be ISA 580, or this can be ISA 500, or this can be ISA 620. What is 505? Confirmation. What is 58? Written representation. What is 500? Evidence. What is 620? Relying the work of expert. Anything can be possible.
So when they ask that question, do they write the full standard? Either 505 and they write the standard.
No need to mention the standard, but you should know. Before
When they ask question.
no need to write there. What?
Will they ask, like, will they change the standard?
Your level, no.
Never mention the standard.
Chances are very less. What they ask is, before relying the work of expert, what sort of factors you need to consider? You understood? Sometimes they might mention, according to ISA 620, auditor can rely experts' work. Before relying the work of expert, what sort of consider? Both ways they can ask. Is that clear? Finally, again, procedures. Substantive procedures. This is the second combination. This ways we discussed already. How that can be tested. Total how many marks? 30 marks. This is your second combination. Copy. Objective thing I gave here by heart and goal. For each and every control systems, we have control objectives. For example, why we need sales system to be effective? The control objectives are sales are fully recorded. One control objective. Fictitious sales cannot be made. Second one. Right. Sales invoice should be prepared free from errors. Third objective. All these are objectives. Materials. Try to buy hard too many things. Just read again and again. And if you feel that you will forget, try before 1 or 2 days before, just go through. Now practice application.
Before only you
You don't think like, okay, I forget everything. Even I forget everything. I can't remember anything. Fine. I have that problem. I have problem other than audit, I forget everything. Right. When it comes to materials, study materials and everything, I can remember. Even standards and everything, FR, I can remember everything. But it does not mean my memory power is too strong. Right. This is my 20th phone. All phone I lost on me. I keep somewhere, I will leave. Right. Okay. So I have also that same problem.
reading is fine, no?
Huh?
Reading is fine, no?
Correct.
Because you can't memorize everything.
Can't. Shall I move to the third combination? You didn't copy? Come. Please go through with these combinations. Please go through with these combinations. Third combination is, if you are really lucky, you will get this. Okay. Non-standard theory area. What is mean by non-standard theory area? Elements of assurance engagement. Difference between external audit and review engagement. Purpose of audit planning. Benefits or disadvantages of audit. Rules and regulation, rights of auditor. Anything can be tested. Easy, right? Second one, deficiencies and recommendations. Here, this can be cash and bank, property, plant and equipment. So I covered all the systems. I covered all the system. You can't tell, so you all fair system, but the system only came. You can't tell like that because I covered it. That risk I can't take. Okay, anything can be. That's why I put all the system into 3. Okay. Elements of internal control. Elements of control. Fourth one, procedures. Audit procedures. This combinations already I gave, right? Fifth one, any ISAs. Any ISAs. ISAs means any standard can be tested. Any standard can be tested. Okay, this is good combination, by the way. Compare with all other combination, I feel this combination works well for your exams, if you get it. So if you look at question number 1, students, I'm telling standard questions now, right? Shall I give you the list of standards? All the standards issue. Fine. ISA 200 to ISA 700, only that. Okay, but after break, I will divide standards into planning standards, evidence standard, reporting standards. 3 types of standards. What is planning standards? The standard which give guidelines for audit planning. For example, ISA 220 is planning standard, quality control. ISA 210 is planning standard, that is acceptance consideration. ISA 230 documentation planning standard. ISA 320 materiality planning standard. ISA 330 interim final audit planning standard. Likewise, we can divide, right? Mostly here, I'll tell you one thing, planning and performance stages standard can be tested. Planning and performance level standard can be tested. That means ISA 200 to ISA 600 can be tested here. Is that clear? ISA 200 to ISA 500. Question 1. I'm talking about question 1 only. Is that clear? Now question 1 understood how it can be in your exam. Online students understood? Online students understood? Students understood? What happened? Hello? Understood? Sir, ISA 200. So ISA 200, which one did you? No, ISA 200. Is there any standard ISA 200? No. ISA 220 is quality control. ISA 230 is documentation. ISA 210 is acceptance. There is no 200 so far. I didn't study. Sometimes it might be, but I don't know. So the time now is 3. What? It's okay, tell. 3:25. Right. So I'll start at 3:40. Take a break. See, tomorrow, Fali, I will call you. See,
She was.
I should not miss people who have potential to pass. But I have a list in my mind. These students will pass. Those students I should upload. Right. Which means you are in that category. If you fail, I will kick you off. Right? Because it means the deadline is yesterday. Right. Yesterday, actually, I checked with you. Right. Deadline is yesterday. The Indian students I uploaded. That's not a problem. Right. Sri Lanka also uploaded. The list they send from the college institute. In that list, your name is missing. Fine. I am under impression that your name is added. Fine. You added, you all added. Fine. Then you said you didn't have. So then I checked, I put a message in the group and all. No, it's added. Which means, but if are you doing any other subjects? Everyone aware. Two people missed. One is you, the other one is Tabish. He also quite famous. Prominent people. Good. Tiny rank.
And then
Well,
he didn't.
okay, let's do like this. Okay, what is the expected marks? Just still.
Next week, if you ask.
Okay, not yet. Right. Okay. Let's make this list first. Rama, I gave some procedures here in this tute also, right? So as I told you, let's make the list of ISAs into three categories. One is planning. Two is performance. Indian student performance. Third one is completion and reporting. So when you are preparing to revise the standards, revise in this order, most of the planning standards are tested in question number 1. Okay. The standard is ISA 210, ISA 220, ISA 230. You don't know these names of these standards, right? Search. ISA 240, ISA 250. See, the order is there. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Man. 260. 300. 320. 330. 402. ISA 560. 560 or not 560, 520, sorry. ISA 520. What? All these standards which comes under planning. Copy this. 210 is acceptance, 20 quality, 230 documentation, 240 fraud, 250 compliance, 300 planning, 320 materiality, 330 internal final audit, 402 service organization, 520 is analytical review procedure. Very simple, right? If I can remember, why you can't?
They are studying this level.
Triple A, don't worry, I'll teach everything. Advanced origination, yes. From 200 to 780. So all the standards we'll discuss in
But
detail.
there is another 200.
Yes. No, 210 notes.
200 is something?
Yeah, but it's not in the syllabus. Students, there is a small problem in the internet. Right? You know, in Sri Lanka, what happens after monkeys incident? You know, right? Monkey incident. So after monkeys incident, there was a technical glitch, like our fiber connection, right? Internet connection is bit slow. We don't know why. Right? So we have data and everything. The speed is low, but we have three fiber connection. One is for CBE, one is for class, one is for record LMS. Right? So, but still, uh, after that monkeys incident, right, the internet is slow a bit. Okay, therefore, if there is any glitch came or if you unable to see videos properly, let me know. Okay. Performance stage standard students, why I am giving this classification rather than putting all the standards into mind, when you are preparing, prepare for, okay, question number one, these are the standards can be tested. So just go through, right? If you want, later I can explain you for each standard, how it can be tested. That is already I gave in the examinable question. You understood? For example, let's say ISA 210, but they can test engagement letter, situations where engagement letter get revised, precondition professional clearance, and matters to be considered before accepting the audit. These are the things can be tested. That I gave already, right? Now, performance stage standards, ISA 500, ISA 505, confirmation, ISA 580, representation, ISA 620, experts, ISA 530, sample, completion stage, ISA 560, subsequent event, ISA 570, going concern, ISA 450, misstatements, ISA 700 to 708, reporting. Copy this. That's all. Right. Okay. Now, students, if I take this material, see procedures as a receivable, inventory, cash and bank, asset, provisions, income statement, share capital, estimates, all these procedures are included. Right? Most of the procedures I gave here is a direct element procedures. See here, for example, non-current liabilities, the procedures are given. Non-current liabilities, the procedures are given. You help me. Intangible asset, procedures given. Under intangible asset, amortization, where the useful life is definite, we should go for amortization method. Amortization should commence from the point where economic benefits started to derive. Yes or no? IAS 38, intangible asset. Procedures. Third party inventory. All these are based on the past paper analysis. I included procedures. Normally, inventory is a resource. We can control the resource, but third party resources we can't control. We let our space to a third party organization to keep their inventory. In that case, yes, what sort of procedures you should do to collect the evidence? If you include third party inventory also in your stock count, what will happen? Inventory is overstated, profit is overstated. That should be avoided. So that only, because some past papers they ask, there are third party inventory. I told you inventory system. Inventory system is the case study. Then third party inventory is included. It's a control deficiency because when you are not marking third party inventory, your inventory may be overstated. Yes or no? If you have third party inventory, it should be marked as third party and separately you should maintain. Yes or no? And that should be excluded from your count. Can you remember? I gave you controls over inventory count. At the time of inventory count, what controls you should do? Right. So third party inventory should be marked separately and you should exclude it from your inventory count. Right. For that procedures. Standard cost. Inventory held on behalf of third party. Standard. Why standard cost I gave here? IAS2 inventory standard clearly said cost or NRE whichever is lower should be selected. That you all know, no? Cost is a standard cost, absorption costing system. Direct material, direct labor, direct overhead, production overhead should be taken into consideration. There was standard cost matter. You can't use marginal cost. You can't recognize inventory at margin. So standard cost, how to test that? That is also given. And also, did we discuss something called perpetual inventory? First in, first out method, last in, first out method, APCO method, and APCO method, continuous average method, and periodic average method. This is comes under inventory, ledger sheet, bin card, and stores ledger. Can you remember? F2, management account. Stores ledgers we can prepare in 3 ways. Right. So perpetual inventory means every receipt and issues are recorded. How to verify that? That is also given. Now I'll move to payables. Trade payables is a balance sheet item. Procedures I gave. Provision contingencies, contingency asset and contingent liability, mostly standard. Procedures given. Contingent asset, procedures given. Estimates, any estimate you can write this procedure. Useful life of the asset, depreciation method, or useful life of the asset get changed. Share capital procedures given, dividend procedures given, directors' emoluments. I can say like related party transactions. IAS 24. I gave procedures. Payroll procedures related to payroll system. They can ask payroll system and payroll procedures together. Revenue, sales system and revenue can be tested. I gave revenue procedures. Sales, yes or no? Then purchases and other expenses, all these are past paper based procedures. Right. And then I gave a question. Don't look at the answer. Right. Read this and find out the answer. I gave one procedure here. I think we discussed this class in the class also. Did we discuss? No? Right. First, read the scenario and find out the answer. Actually, it's an assertion plus standard problem. I told you, right, how substantive procedures can be tested. This is something related to what? Assertion plus standard. Assertion plus standard. Do it. Two areas substantive procedures can fix done. One is question number 1 that I discussed. Two is question number 3. I'll tell you how substantive procedures can be fixed in question number 3. Fine. Before that, do this question. Do this question. 6 marks question. Do it. Type your answers. You are just waiting. Sir will give answer. Now I said now. 6 marks can do it. Type your answers. Don't waste time. Do it. 6 marks you should write. Actually, this question fixed with question number 3. I told you substantive procedures can be fixed in 2 places. One is question number 1. The other one is question number 3. This is question number 3. I'll tell you how it's fixed in question number 3 in a while. Now type your answers. Do it. Online students, type your answers. Hmm? I'll tell you how to approach the questions. Question number one understood how procedures can be fixed. That is fixed with what? Controls. Third one, I'll tell you how it is fixed. Okay, just think and type your answers. Please type your answers. I want to see your answers. Please don't read the question as it is. Do it. Students, am I audible to you all? Internet is again slow. Whatever technology comes, physical class always great. So the verb, if you look at here, the verb, if you look at here, it is substantive procedure. So don't write any test of controls. The verb is substantive procedure. So don't write any test of controls. See, E manufactures chemical compounds, continuous production process. When the production process is continuous, there is a high chance year-end inventory include significant work in progress. Yes or no? Normally, close at year-end, we stop production. We cease production. Then raw material will not be converted into work in progress. Work in progress will converted into finished good. So your work in progress level is very low. By that, clearly we can get the valuation of inventory, because when it is in the form of raw material, you can value easily. When it is in the form of finished good, you can value easily. In between, work in progress, you can't value easily. Yes or no? Did you study process costing, management accounting? Format of process costing: normal loss with scrap value, abnormal loss, abnormal gain, opening work in progress under FIFO method, opening progress under back method, ACCA method, closing work in progress FIFO method, equivalent unit computation when finished good is work in progress. So EU is the 1080 unit, is not an actual unit. So equivalent unit is based on the stage of completion. Study it. So students, when something is work in progress, you can't find out the cost exactly. That's why we are calculating EU. Is it actual? No. It is equivalent to actual units, but it's not equal. So here they are discussing about valuation problem. We are discussing about something called valuation. Is that clear? Understood? When you read a case study, read with the audit lens. It's very important. So hereafter, when you are reading case studies relate like this, substantive procedures, look at with standard perspective, look at with assertion perspective, look at with test of control perspective. The verb is substantive procedure. So now I am reading with standard perspective and assertion perspective. Now you all know how to read these case studies. 31st July 2006, that is a cutoff. Draft profit before tax is 13.6 million. You are the audit supervisor at the year-end audit, due to comment shortly. So now only we going to start the audit. The following has brought your attention: inventory valuation, right? But if I am the examiner, I won't give this heading. I will ask you to figure it out. Even though that heading is not given, you should identify this issue is related to valuation. Why? What is the word they give? Continuous production. Audit risk.
So this is specification, no?
It's a standard plus assertion problem.
We should write only for valuation.
Here, see, the question is, they ask substantive procedures. You can write any procedures.
And then
Because in the question, they didn't ask valuation. But the problem is valuation. But the problem is, see here, your firm attended year-end inventory count and ascertained that the process of recording work in progress, finished goods was acceptable. Both work in progress and finished goods are material. Work in progress material, correct. Why? Because it is supported with the point they mentioned there. What is that point? continuous production. Continuous production. Financial statement and quantity and stage of completion, ongoing production recorded accurately during the count. During the inventory count, count supervisor noted that a consignment of finished goods, compound E243, with a value of 720,000 was defective, chemical mix was incorrect. So this is about product failure. Product failure. The finance director believes that the compound E243 can still sold at a discounted price of 400,000. So here they are discussing cost NRV issue. There are two problems which create valuation risk. One is cost NRV issue. Yes or no? Two is continuous production. These are the two incidents create valuation problem. One is cost NRV issue and two, work in progress. Continuous production is one side creating that risk. Second one is poor or product failure is creating risk. These two create what problem? Evaluation problem. Therefore, I told you, see, I'll prove through that case study question which I gave. See here, I told you, this is not question number one. Therefore, it is not connected to system. Any standard related procedure, assertion related procedure. This is what they tested. Valuation, assertion part. IAS to inventory cost NRV, standard part. You understood how it's combined. Is that clear? First portion, sales system remove, then it's become third question. If you combine, it's become first question. You all understood what I'm telling? But third question, I'll tell you. Is that clear now? Understood? Therefore, when substantive procedures, the valuation, primarily all of these procedures are focusing two things. One is NRV cost, two is work in progress. See, it's very solid, right? If you understood that problem properly, when you are writing procedures, you are not writing general procedures. You are not writing general procedures, you are writing specific procedures related to NRV, related to work in progress. Read the answers. You understood? Now compare your answers with, okay, before I explain this case study, the level of your understanding and the way you approach this question, after my explanation, the way I approach the question is same or different? Same? Different? Different. Online students? Same or different? Hereafter, when you are doing any substantive procedures question, I'll tell you how to approach. Right? You by heart all the procedures, whatever you want, you practice all the procedures, you have a list, everything fine. Now it's closer to exam. I should give a shortcut. The shortcut is, think whether substantive procedure comes at the question number 1 or question number 3. If it is question number 1, right? It should be linked with the system. Or there are 3 types only. One is specific procedure. Procedures over sales, procedures over purchase, that you can know. Second thing, the verb is substantive procedure. Look at assertion line, standard line. Look at assertion line and standard line. When I'm reading this scenario, that itself I'm finding out what assertion is tested here. What is the problem? Whether it is an assertion problem or standard problem. Always assertion problem and standard problem mixed together. Because standard problem creates assertion problem. Assertion problem creates standard. You understood what I'm telling? Then, okay, try to figure out what is the assertion What is the standard? Write down that. Write down. Here NRV issue, right? You can perform NRV test. You can do a market analysis to identify the fair value of that particular inventory. You can perform cost verification. You can take the breakdown of the cost and ensure whether the cost included by the standard is included, excluded by the standard is excluded. You can take the standard cost breakdown and ensure whether production overhead is included or not. Yes or no? Cost and result. Work in progress. Stage of completion. Whether it's right or wrong. Breakdown of the work in progress and assess the completion stage is correct or not. Yes or no? Don't forget process costing. 100% material completed. Take everything. And ACCA method. FIFO method means remaining percentage. Labor, take the percentage. Overhead, take the percentage. Right or wrong? That's what we are doing here. That's the procedure. So work in progress procedure, NRV procedure, that is the exact answer. If you can do this, concentrate. If you can do this the way that I told, you can get a rank. World prize. If you can't do this, you can pass. I'll tell you how to write. You are not focusing on NRV. You are not focusing on valuation. You are focusing on inventory. Review financial statements whether sufficient disclosures are made as per IAS 2. You can pass. You can, because you are diagnosing a problem in a general way. I am diagnosing a problem in a specific. You are treating symptom, I am treating cause. That's why I get more marks, you get less marks. Some of the procedures when I'm seeing here, it is general procedures. I'm not saying it is wrong, but it's my duty to differentiate both because there are potential prize winners in this class. Kaif, Abdullah, Yumna, Rushdi, Sachin. Sachin, I need a prize. Huh? Understood, love. Therefore, I'm just differentiating how things work. So India, Indian students, everyone. Okay. Okay. So try to understand one thing. I'm trying to differentiate the level of your writing. It does not mean it is wrong, but try to make sure your procedures are meeting valuation. Your procedures are meeting cost and NRV. Right. See one procedure, one Indian student. Normally, if I teach in India, I say Sri Lankan students are smart. When I'm teaching in Sri Lanka, Indian students are smart. Now I can't do that. So I'm not commenting on it. Okay. Review post year and sales invoice. See, review post year and can you able to see this comments?
Yeah.
No, right? Okay. Review post year and sales invoice and identify whether there is a cost NRV difference. Sales invoice, through that you can trace the market price. Fair value cost to sell. Fine. So that is reasonable or not, you can say. Fine. So that's how you should approach. Is my explanation understood? Is my explanation understood? Is the question understood? Online students understood?
So if we just say, if we financial statement, whether there has been any they are relevant standard because specifically now standard, exact standard.
You can get marks, not full marks.
They relate relevant standard.
Here, I'll tell you more specific procedures now. There is a product failure. There is a product failure. If there is a product failure, the net realizable value may be less than cost. Yes or no? Yes or no? But net realizable value is an estimated value. Cost is a conclusive value. They are telling net realizable value as 400,000. What you should do is You should perform a ARP where inventory days you should count. And you should see whether this damaged product or not. Let's say standard inventory day is 10 days, which means within 10 days, inventory should be converted into sales. No? Finished goods should convert into sales. Now they are telling it is 400,000. It is product failure. But they are telling that they can sell at 400,000. Yes or no? Then they should sell. No? So if the standard inventory days is 10 days, now we commence audit after the year end. And almost 2 months gone. Still it is remain unsold. What it mean? NRV is also overstated. That's why you are unable to sell. That you should do.
But how do we check with the inventory days? Like,
You can perform inventory days. No, we discuss computer assisted audit techniques, test data, and audit software. Audit software we can use to run inventory days. That is a ratio analysis. ARP, we can perform through audit software. So standard inventory days for PPIM, standard inventory days for 10, no 15 days or 2 months. Within that period, whether it is sold or not. If it is sold, realizable value. If it is not sold, NRV is overstated. Yes or no? Because it is not a conclusive value. It is a estimated value. It comes under IAS 8. It's an estimate. It's an estimate. Is that clear, students? That's how you should lock the procedures. For the problem here is what I face. The problem. You are reading inventory. Whatever the procedures you know related to inventory, you are writing. That is the mistake you are making. Why you are not scoring marks? Because you by heart inventory procedures and you write. If they ask without giving a case study, substantive procedures over inventory, you write whatever you want. That is where it's possible. Question number 1 only it's possible. I told you question number 1, right? Question number 1 only it is possible. Procedures over sales, procedures over payable, procedures over expenses, procedures over work in progress or whatever. Write whatever you by heart. Don't write whatever that you by heart here. If a case study is given, look at standard perspective, assertion perspective. Figure out the problem, solve that problem. Is that clear? Let's say here in this case study, concentrate. Students, important, concentrate. You can read it later, no problem. The material is with you. You have time. I'm explaining the judgments. Concentrate like this. Instead of discussing product failure here, if they discussed only work in progress, you should not write what NRV procedures. Yes or no? You should write only work in progress because valuation only the issue. In this case study, valuation issue, NRV issue. Let's say they didn't talk about product failure. Can you write NRV as a procedure? Can you write a cost as a procedure? If you write, it is irrelevant. Detection risk is very high. Problem is here, you are doing testing here. Examiner is too kind. Shall I tell you why? Within one case study, multiple problems is given. Therefore, you can write more procedures. If I gave only work in progress, it is hard for you. Because you can write only procedures for valuation. Yes or no? But examiner is kind. He include valuation also, post NRV also. Both problems merge together in one scenario. So there is a lot of procedures to write. There are a lot of procedures to write. So I'll tell you one thing. When you get this type of procedure-based question, read and diagnose the problem first. Try to resolve that problem. Try to resolve. Understood? Understood? ළමයි මං කියලා දෙන එක තේරෙනවද? Understood? Students understood? It's like I have a doubt now whether I'm teaching to students or everybody. It's not online students. Understood? I know. See, now we are at the last moment. So I will teach 100%. I can take any risk that I want. Right? I know these things are difficult. Sometimes these might not be tested also. No problem, but I'll take. I do not want to miss a single thing from this side. Because I feel you have capacity to digest all these things at this stage. I can't do this in the class. Why? It's too heavy for you. Now I can. That's why I'm asking whether you understood now. And I took audit procedures as the first thing because you have another 3 weeks to practice. 2 weeks. Okay, you are good in maths, very good. Now, Lamai, students, this question I did in class. Another question, right? See, the valuation of work in progress. Here, accession, problem is valuation. I took same question. Same question. Same question means procedure. One is standard issue with valuation. Another one is not same question means in the sense same scenario, substantive procedure. One is standard and assertion problem. The other one is only assertion. See, if you look at the questions, the questions are different. See here, the verb is valuation of assertion. Yes or no? Valuation of work in progress. Here, see. Substantive procedures over. You got my point. Valuation and inventory valuation is two different. Here they are talking about only work in progress. See, they discussed NRV also, but here they discussed only work in progress. Right? There are two problems given. Here only one problem is given. Here only one problem. Is that clear? Is that clear? Understood.
Yes.
Students, write down example. I'll give you one question. Still, I didn't teach you how procedures can be tested in question number 3. Still, I didn't teach you how procedures can be tested in question number 3. So far, what we are discussing here is how that can be fixed in question number 1. Right. Most extreme questions are this. Easy question only possible. Most of the time, as per my knowledge, shall I tell you? Question number 1, substantive procedures are direct. Question number 1, substantive procedures are direct. Example, revenue, purchase, payable, work in progress, direct. Question number 3, substantive procedures are case studies. This. Question number 1, case study is for test of control systems. Question is, yes, part 3 or part 4 question is mostly direct. Mostly direct.
5 marks.
5 marks question, yes, mostly direct. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Right. In other words, if I tell, you can by heart and write answer for question number 1. You can't by heart and write answer for question number 3. Technically, that's what I'm telling. Technically, what I'm telling, you can by heart and write answer for question number 1, substantive procedures. You can't by heart and write answer for question number 3, substantive procedures. That is the conclusion. Is that clear? 50% you can cover. Substantive procedure 15 marks means 5 to 7, 8 marks you can get easily. So don't worry. But don't write a basic answer. Try to write an enriched answer. Because I explained all these things in detail to you all. Now you know how to think and draft your answer. Because majority of the students, when they are writing to that question, which we discussed now, right? They are writing procedures over inventory only. You write for valuation and the NRV. That answer is different from yours. Okay, right. Example, write it down. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Case study. No need to write a lot of big case studies. Only one line is enough. Question number 1. Control deficiency. Recommendation. TOC. Right? Understood? This is control question. Shall I come to substantive procedures? Concentrate, important. Substantive procedures, sales. Completeness of receivable. I covered both. Section number 1. See, sales invoices are not sequentially numbered means what is the impact? Sales also misstated, receivable also misstated. Sequentially not numbered means completeness is the main assertion problem. The sales we recorded may not complete. The receivable we recorded may not complete. But when it comes to question, examiner is asking a general procedure. Substantive procedure over sales. Write it down. O, specific procedure. Completeness of the receivable. See, it's linked together. You understood what I'm telling? Understood what I'm telling? Third procedure. Accuracy also, yes, correct. Accuracy also, correct, correct. Third question, see. Third question, see. Sales include non-refundable deposit. 30% of sales value taken as advance. This can be included in the case study itself. You got my point, what I'm telling. Now they're asking procedures over revenue. Different combinations I'm telling you. Directly they can ask sales. Then it is by heart and write. Yes or no? Now it is different. Now they are telling advance is non-refundable. How much? 30% of sales they are taking at the advance. Now they are asking procedures over revenue. Here you can't by heart and write. Here what you should do? You should write TOC. You should write substantive procedure. Substantive procedures also you should connect with IFRS 15. That is standard. That is standard. Performance obligation satisfied. Refundable deposit. Not only IFRS 15, IAS 37. Because no, not IAS 37. Non-refundable. So you can recognize. Suppose if it is refundable, if they are saying it is refundable, IAS 37 also matters. You should make provision. So what I am trying to tell you is, this is how it can be interconnected. Because some students ask how this can be tested. This is how it can be tested. So all substantive procedures are connected. One is sales. Can, no, can't. Easy, right? There is a high chance you will get that. Or specific assertion with sales or revenue, whatever. That is also can possible. Or assertion or standard. If you look at third question, it includes assertion and standard profit. Revenue recognition. Exactly, exactly. This is how the combinations will work in question number 1. Now is in online students understood, now is clear. Try to understand these relationships and practice with these relationships. I'll tell you, if you perform well in this question, you are the rank holder. Those two will be easy. You can buy that. You will buy that, definitely. Because in my tune, if you refer, you can do first two. In that way only I prepare. But third is smart. That's enough. But third is smart. Smart students only can figure out. See, in my questions that I included in this material is third type. Both are third type. Both are third type. I'll tell you one more thing. This third type question only going to be tested in question 3. Therefore, I'm telling there's a high chance you won't get it into question 1. Because it's going to be tested in question 3 also. But if examiner want to test you at premium, he can test in all three. You got my point? Because you are a premium package students. Students understood what I'm telling, understood. The question number one understood. You got a clarity on question number one? I'm going to sort like this. Question one done, question two done, question three done. Now, today we discuss question number one. Controls, deficiencies, everything we discussed already. Now my question number one, format understood. This is how my question number one. This is how I'm going to prepare for question number one. Is that clear? Online students understood? Is that clear? Okay, copy this. Sachin, sir, what would be the answer for third question? I'll do like this. Sri Lankan students, mark this question as homework. Type your answer and put into the group. Based on your reply, I will individually message answers to you. This is for Sri Lankan students. Indian students, not in the group, right? Type your answers, send it to me. I will share the answers. Anyway, I'll share answers with either Mr. Akash or through Anas. Through someone, I'll share these answers. Don't worry. But Sri Lanka students, if you send me an answer only, then now Abdullah is saying, right, forward it to me.
No, what is it?
No, good. Better put in the group because others can learn. If you have doubts, Sri Lankan students, I'm in the group, right?
Yeah.
Yes. If you have doubts, put into the group because when I'm explaining that answer, others can learn. Only few people are there to raise questions. Therefore, through that, we'll teach them others. Okay, therefore, put in the group. Again, I'm telling Indian students, if I didn't reply, please remind me again and again and again. I'm not replying you right most of the time. Did anyone send text here? No, I'm good, thanks. This one is like that. Normally, it's not like that. In fact. Okay. So remind me if I didn't reply. So can you send a screenshot of your WhatsApp chat history? I said. Okay, shall we move to question number 3 now? Right. Students, write it separately. Huh? Question number 3, procedure perspective only I'm talking, huh? Right. Question number 3. In this question also, substantive procedures can be tested. Substantive procedures can be tested. Question number 3 also, substantive procedures can be tested. Okay. Do you want me to give like question number 1, question number 3 combinations also? Huh? 20 marks? On it? For question number 1, I gave, right, 3 different combinations. Question number 3, it's like this, very simple. Impact question can be tested, reporting. Or reporting theory questions can be tested. Key audit matter, emphasizes of matter, other information that can be tested. Or critical evaluation of audit report can be tested. Or subsequent events can be tested. Or going concern related events can be tested. These 5 things can be tested, plus substantives. Third question, the toughest portion is substantive procedures. I'll tell you how it's looked like, okay? Case study. This case study include standard or assertion complications. Standard or assertion complications. Is that clear? This is the point going to be tested as substantive procedure. Then examiner will tell management refuse to amend financial statements. Yes or no? Management refuse to amend financial statement. Then examiner ask implication to audit. Implication to report. For this, examiner ask reporting portion. How many marks? 6 marks. Here, 14 marks. If examiner is too kind, that 14 marks, they might give 10 marks procedure, 4 marks any standard procedure. You understood what I'm telling? For example, completion standard. I gave completion standards, subsequent event, auditor's responsibility over active duty, auditor's responsibility over passive duty. That can be tested. That 14 marks is a combination of procedures and completion ISA. Procedures and completion ISA. But the balance 6 to 7 marks, definitely reporting examinable questions I gave you. But the case study is linked like this only. Case study, standard complication or assertion complication, refuse to adjust, that reflected in the audit report. Journey understood? How question number 3 case study is cooked, is it clear? Is that clear? Understood. Do it. Copy this. And I'm telling one more thing. You all are doing different papers. You all are not doing the same paper. Questions can be shuffled. Different questions will get. Some people will get implication. Some people will get theory question. Right? Right. Can't copy. Yes, but I am telling like this. Don't keep this as a threshold because some students they see definitely I will impact question. It's not like that. Right. That I gave examinable questions. Focus on that. Exactly. But I'll tell you one thing, the arrangement is like this. That 6 marks is not always implication. 6 marks, high chance implication, or theory, or critical evaluation of audit. Anything possible. But structure is this. Structure is this one. 2/3 of your question 3 goes to substantive. 2/3 of your question 3 goes to substantive procedure. Trust me, that would work. The balance, standard and reporting or only. And if it is standard, I told you that is comes under what ISA? Completion ISA. That is comes under that I gave completion and reporting ISA. Now it's easy. So question number 3 standard means these are the standards I should look at. Question number was standard means these are the standard I should look at. Is that clear? No, I can make it very comfortable to you. I can make it very comfortable. What is comfortable means study this and go, you will pass. But I have a responsibility to push someone to a rank. You understand? So that's what again I'm telling. But I teach here 100%. But I need is 50% pass. I'm not teaching all these things to make sure you should pass. That is already done. Because each and every chapter I gave examinable question. And I did questions in the class also. That is enough to pass. 50 is not the target. I am doing this much of research to push you to 80. Right. So it depends on what you focus. If you focused 50, no matter, cool, finish it off. If your target is rank, do something extra. That extra only I'm doing. Understand? That's already there. I don't know. But shall I tell you one thing? Usually always asking, sir, was that's enough. But when results come, 75, 80, 85, you got a 70s. Then? No. Zian told. It's not. Can. Don't worry. What I teach, understood. That is enough to pass. Trust me. What time all these things are, sometimes you might feel, yes, it's bit advanced, but that is required for the rank. That's all. 9. Target big. Pass is nothing.
Why after the exam, people who feel it was easy, they are feeling, people who feel that the exam is easy, they are feeling that it.
That is, I can say, the perception, social perception. See, after exam, there are triggering points. One of the triggering point is what? Friends. If someone else come and tell, okay, it's easy. At that point, your mind is converting from difficult to easy. Right? Then the pass rates, then the results. So that's how people think, because exam is you are thinking alone. After exam means you are thinking as a society. Understood? I'll tell you one thing. When my father passed away, I'm thinking alone because no one is there, COVID. So I broke significantly. But the same feeling my family don't have. Why? Because I am quarantined, I am alone in front of my father's body, I'm staying. So that pressure is something else. I'm taking all the pressure alone. But home, 10, 15 people, 16 people, they are sharing the problem as a community, society. Right. So their burden is less, my burden is more. Same rule for exams. Exam I'm facing alone. So I'm taking all the pressure. I feel very difficult. After exam, I'm sharing that pressure as a community because I'm a social animal, man. I join with friends. I see WhatsApp groups. I meet people. So all these people bring me to comfort. It's a psychological, not again. If you face exam, same thing will happen. You understood what I'm telling? So don't keep those. And one more thing I'll tell you, time management matters. In this paper, if you want to pass, you should manage time. To manage time, you should plan, pre-plan. See, all these relationships are pre-planned. Now you prepared and you're going. Audit risk, ARP or small normal question. ARP means this is how I should do. Normal question means this is how I do. You don't have time to process there. You should write there.
The challenge to get process.
No need to process. If you practice, processing time is reducing. That's what I'm telling you. If you didn't practice, processing time will increase. You understood what I'm telling you? See, question number 3. Now you know. 2/3 for substantive procedure. You should think standard perspective or accession perspective. Then go and process. That processing time is less. Think a student who is not attending the class, self-study. That fellow don't know question number 3 is from what topic even. Think from his perspective and you. Compare both. Your processing time is less. His processing time is more. He don't know how to handle impact question. Key issue, standard, materiality, pervasiveness, opinion, basis for opinion. Steps he don't know. You. And if you practice all these things in advance, no need to think also. Credit risk. What is audit risk? Receivable days increasing. What is audit risk? Payable days increasing. What is audit risk? Useful life is revised. What is audit risk? Simple. Gift and hospitality. What is ethical threat? Contingency fee. What is ethical threat? Practiced. Apply. Processing time reduce. You are writing solid answers. Without all these preparation, if you are starting fresh, then audit is something dream. You can't even complete the question, right? Because you are reading, you are processing, you are thinking, you are reading, you are processing, you are thinking. That time is high. That's what I'm telling you. You understood what I'm telling you? Online students understood. My side 90% is done. What I need from your side is practice only. That I can't do. The next step is I should see all these things. Who should do all these research? Students, right? Did you all prepare short notes? That is also no need because in my class note itself short note. You need to guess which area going to be tested. No need. That also I told. Right. What can be tested, but cannot be tested. That is also I told. Then what is your role? Practice. If that is missing, all my effort is waste. You understand that 10% material. No? That's why amount 90% I did. No point. The 10% will impact everything. Material by nature is a 320. Understood. So rest of the time plan properly. If you feel like okay, all these are out, leave it. Leave it everything. Focus on elements of financial statement, case studies, assertions, and the standard practice. Understood? Is that clear? So the second session is next Saturday. Next Saturday, I'm going to explain question number 2, how it's going to be tested. And already we discussed question number 1. I will give you some highlights how to approach question number 1, test of control portions. Those are not big areas. Those are not big areas. Is that clear? Then we are meeting 24th Monday. Then we are meeting 24th Monday. That is our last session. Is that clear, students? Right. In that last session, I will discuss certain things with you all. Examiners report, examiners evaluations and reporting questions, how to handle all those things. Right. Please practice questions and rectify with me. Okay. Monday, I told you at 6:30. Okay. Right. Is the session productive? Is my lectures productive? The last couple of months we discussed. You understood audit? Huh? Yes. Okay. Right, students. Is a Indians. The session productive? What we discussed today, understood? Productive or not? If it is not productive, tell not productive. Right. I do not want to waste your time. Material time. This time you can't get back. Understood? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് മനസ്സിലായോ? Understood? What happened? Lingeshwari, Kritika, Jainath, Joy, Anas. Understood? Internet from Sri Lanka to India, internet problem. Man. Okay, with that, with that point, I'll meet you all next week. Fine. Practice, and if I didn't respond to you all, please follow up. Please follow up. Okay. After 8, 9, night time is ideal. Okay. With that point, I'll stop. See you all. Good night.
Thank you.